City. Hi, Rama speaking.
Non-obvious consequences.
can find the link to the channel. Hello and welcome to channel 2 of the conference. I would like to invite on the stage, let's say, Mr. Rama Guerrero from London, and then we will follow with, we will see Rama later on the moderated chat. Rama, the stage is yours.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Olga, and thank you, IF Conference. I will share my screen.
Wait a second, we can't hear you. Just a few seconds, please. Yes, and I think we should hear you now.
Great. Can you hear me now? Great. So are we good to go?
We can't hear you. I'm sorry, Rama. I'm so sorry for this.
No worries. Let me.
Technical problems. We could just wait 1 second. Should be hearing you. Yes, can we hear? No?
Okay.
So yeah, but we can't hear you. I'm so sorry. We could just wait 1 second.
Okay.
The unexpected situations in online conferences. Okay, everyone can hear now, so thank you.
Fantastic. You good to go?
Sorry.
Magic. Okay, well, thank you so much for having me here virtually. I wish I could be with you in Poland, but I can feel the energy already. I wanted to talk about social sustainability and inclusive design. And the title of the talk is really what's on my Instagram, which is Human First, Designer Second. I think that is an incredibly important emphasis. We're all designers, we're all creators, but we're also all human beings. I am an active designer, and on screen you will see a picture of me conducting research with a lady in the wheelchair called Fiona. That is not a gun that I'm holding in my hand, that is a video camera. We're gently encouraging Fiona to give us insights. The college I come from, the Royal College of Art, graduates have global influence. You know, I don't know how many people own a Bentley, a Rolls Royce, or a Toyota, a Ford, a Kia, or have heard of Dyson or British Airways, but our graduates are everywhere. I don't know how many of you have heard of Apple. That's a trick question there, but the company Apple employ more of our graduates than anyone else, any other graduates from any other university. The Helen Hamlin Center, which I run, is one of the longest running centers at the college, dedicated purely to inclusive design. And we've done over 200 projects with 300 organizations. Bottom center, you will see Terminal 5 at Heathrow, where we were involved in the wayfinding. I always say, if you like the wayfinding, we did it. If you don't like it, they executed it badly. But there is a problem with design, and it's how it is seen. So I can prove it to you. So how many of you have a smartphone? Again, that's another trick question. But if you pull your smartphone out and you type in the word designer into any SMS or WhatsApp application, this is what comes up as the predictive icon. It's sort of French people from the 1940s holding a paintbrush, but designers are more than simply artists or aesthetic characters. We framework, we strategize, we make every conversation better. I honestly believe design won't save the world, but it certainly will contribute to making it better. It's a very, very powerful tool. And design is for people of all ages, genders, needs, abilities, geographies. And this diversity often isn't taken into context or consideration by many designers, creators, companies, organizations, and governments today. We say design is centered around people. Rearranging the words, people-centered design. The other word we use is inclusive design. And all that is this. It's defined as including the needs of the widest number of people in your design. The UK government don't always get everything right, but they got this right in the year 2000 when they defined it. But inclusive design speaks to social sustainability. There's 3 typically accepted pillars of sustainability. The most famous one is environmental. Then the next is economic. And we have massive amount of work to do in both of those areas. The missing one, the often unconsidered one is social sustainability. And who says this? Well, the World Bank and the World Economic Forum. They talk about social cohesion, social sustainability being the glue that holds society and the economy together. And social sustainability is needed to support and partner and enable environmental sustainability. Persuade people and you persuade process. Inclusive design, very simply put, is design at its most powerful and conscious. Before 2020, we all believed a wonderful nonsense. You know, we were a bit like the peacock on the left of the screen looking good. And now we need to be like the chicken on the right of the screen doing good. And I love the fact that she has strapped rockets to her back and is taking first aid somewhere. You know, sometimes inclusive design is messy. Sometimes actually doing something positive is messy. So now is a time that we need inclusive design for people of all ages, genders, races, cultures. 2020 with pandemic and protest has brought this radically into view, and designers play a role. I'm going to briefly walk you through 15 principles in the next 14, 15 minutes or so. Number 1 is bring humanity into technology. Often as designers, we fall into the app trap. We'll try and solve everything with an app, but we need humanity here. I'm going to talk to you about a project we did humanizing chatbots. This was a major management and accounting consultancy, one of the top 4 in the world, who were designing a chatbot. You know, everyone wants a chatbot, but it's like the Wild West out there. And they all typically look like this, slightly sort of subservient 25-year-old females without any hair, because hair is quite difficult to model in a computer setting. And I sort of believe they look like this because they're designed by 25-year-old coders who are typically men who just design themselves a girlfriend. But if we look at gender distribution in artificial intelligence, we can see that we're being discriminatory. In the center of the screen, the blue line, most assistants are female. On the right, the brown line, most AI movie roles are male. Is this discrimination digitally that we wouldn't be allowed to do in the physical world? We looked at what a chatbot should have, and it was empathy, wiseness, sincerity, curiosity, all with a little touch of happiness. Instead of a kind of subservient character, we said, what if it was a parent or a gentle authority figure, a boss, a direct authority figure, a friend who supports you, or a coach? And the company, through our inclusive design, co-design process, picked friend, but the friend that they picked was different. It wasn't the same age or gender or color as them. It was these two, Dame Judi Dench and David Attenborough, people who could help you. They could help you at the end of the day, cover up if you made a mistake, encourage you to have a glass of wine. So this was the humanity in the technology. Number two, whatever you design, make it useful. Work with real people. You know, and here on screen, you see some of our designers out there doing design. On the right is a colleague of mine, Chris. He's talking to our youngest ever participant, the little boy in blue. This was a project for Samsung where we told them two things. You know, they were getting spanked by Apple 13, 14 years ago. And we said, stop talking about technology, start talking about experience. Start talking about people. Stop designing products and start designing experiences. So work with real people, go out and see what the challenges, the needs, but importantly, the aspirations are. Don't work with fake people. These are just the first couple of images I pulled off Google when you type in the word persona. And what you notice about all of them is they're all smiling. They're all grinning like idiots. So if you see too much teeth in a presentation, walk away. There's 7.6 billion people on the planet. Find a real person to talk to. Do not make a fake one up who will always like what you've done. Real people challenge your design and make it better. So I want to talk about one of our most challenging case studies. And this deals with suicide. So I apologize if this affects anyone on this call. This was in the city of Derry, Londonderry, around the city, the River Foyle, which divides Northern Ireland and Ireland. And it's about community AI in the city. If you're having a bad day, people say, I'm ready for the Foyle, I'm ready to jump in. And there's over 3,000 incidences of suicide logged in the last 3 years in a city of 100,000 people. We came up with a number of social and cultural interventions, and I'll just take you through two. The first is called Foyle Bubbles, and this looked at creating little movable architectural pods. You're not allowed to build anything on the riverside, but these could be wheeled in. Anyone can occupy them as long as they take mental health training. So any shopkeeper, student group, community group, as long as you take mental health training to be able to support anyone in crisis, people are more likely to talk to a stranger than the police or the hospital. And this is how they might work. So, you know, they sit there, they're enabled with AI, so they could tell a tourist where to get a pint of Guinness. And I'm told these are Americans by the length of this guy's socks. And it will tell you, you know, get a pint of Guinness. There's a little bar up there on the street to your right. If people are misbehaving, as these two are, it will say to them, wise up, you know, you're on camera. But most importantly, if someone is on crisis on the river, the city itself, the architecture and the buildings can reach out and ask that all-important question, are you okay? And in early trials, this is seen to be very powerful and positive. I'm just going to show one more thing here called Foyle Reads. And this is based around this bridge. This is the place that most people go to jump or consider jumping. It's about 9 floors high. So it's the height of a 9-floor building. This is the walkway. It's about waist height. So it feels very dangerous up there. Instead of putting a barbed wire fence, we wanted to look at how we could engage the community. We went out and talked to people. So don't design from a distance, actually go out and smell the air, see the context. We took inspiration from the fauna, the plants, and we created this, which are kind of 9-foot, 10-foot reeds, which also act as lighting. This is what they would look like. They would be digitally enabled, so they could be themed or owned by the community. And they turn this place where people go to end life into a place where people can go to celebrate life. So this is very much the social sustainability of inclusive design. The next couple of points are quicker. Just make every conversation better. Whatever you do, use design to make it better. Here are a couple of quick fire projects. This was done with Arthritis Research UK. Can you peel a carrot one-handed if you have arthritis? The answer is yes. If you fix the board to the counter using a rubber mat, and then you just have a special attachment, and you can peel the carrot just by running it over the top of it like this. Can color change a person's life? We do a lot of work in care homes. We were told that some people weren't eating. It turned out that they weren't giving up on life. They just couldn't see the food. Put white food on a blue plate and people see it. And some residents gained 20% of their body weight back in the first month. Can you create a care home bed that rivals a first-class aircraft cabin? Yes, you can. Here is one we did for Hong Kong. And do look at our website if you want to learn more. Driverless vehicles, another massive area. Actually get people involved. Get them to design, create their own aspirations. Get them to test out your vehicle, to live with it, to work with it, to move in it. And you realize people do many things in vehicles apart from just travel. Here are a couple of fun examples for you designers out there. Redefining the sports car. What if a sports car was a car you did sports in rather than a sporty car, so you could swim your way to work? What if Uber was banned in a lot of cities? Could they send you a toilet instead? So I love this one. It's called the Uberloo, because when you've got to go, you've got to go. So you could just call up a toilet. Number 4, hero the project, not the designer. The next generation, this generation of designers, I'm incredibly proud of. From Canada to China, people are not wanting to hero themselves. They hero the project. This is one of the most inspirational photographs for me. It is of a Japanese CEO from 30 years ago. His name is Sadamura-san. He was redesigning a whole metro system in the city of Fukushima, and he went out and did the research himself. So you're never too important, too busy to go out and actually work with people. This is a key part of inclusive design. And this is what he created. One of the most beautiful, one of the most comfortable tram systems in the world. Number 5, we're nearly there. Show leadership. We have this term born of inclusive design and the need for social sustainability called creative leadership. And this is because we need creatives in leadership position, but we need leaders who are creative. It's based on 3 principles. You need empathy, you need clarity, and you need creativity. And I'm just going to walk through that a little bit. Empathy, which can equal love. This little poem explains why. Why you need empathy as opposed to power. And the poem is this: power said to the world, you are mine, and she imprisoned him on her throne. Love said to the world, I am yours, and she gave him the freedom of her house. So be free with your designs, be open. And CEOs who are inclusive, leading with emotion and empathy are more likely to succeed in creating lasting change. And we see that across the world in global leadership. Clarity and communication. What film is this? It's a 3-hour movie. And here are 4 icons. And yes, of course, it's Titanic. Creativity. We were redesigning the ambulance and they asked us, can you restock the ambulance in 5 minutes instead of 45? It takes 45 minutes to open every cupboard in an ambulance. And we just got rid of the cupboards, created 5 treatment packs. At the end of the shift, you take those 5 packs out, put 5 new packs in, you've restocked the ambulance in 5 minutes. And this is just to say empathy is a spectrum. You could be the Godfather or you could be the Dalai Lama. Clarity is a spectrum. There's a lack of clarity around Brexit, but I love on the right of the screen, the Nike slogan, just do it. It's very direct. Creativity is also a spectrum. The Eye of Sauron on the left just created evil and did that in the same way. But on the right, any museum or art gallery is full of creativity. It's important, though, as designers, that you launch your boat. This is an Instagram feed that I have where I write some inspirational stuff, but it struck me that even small boats make big ripples, but you need to launch your boat on the water. You need to start. So just to wrap up, these are the 5 principles. I will be putting them on LinkedIn afterwards. And, you know, final few slides. It's the great philosopher Denzel Washington said, you pray for the rain, you've got to deal with the mud too. So this stuff isn't easy. It isn't just about nourishing rain. You've got to have some grit. You've got to be able to walk through mud. Mike Tyson said, every boxer has a plan until they get punched in the head. So you've got to be able to rethink and replan. And final few slides, just leaving you with some top tips. Let your creative self shine and bring balance into the work you do. And this is what we also consider design, is looking at self-empathy and self-creativity and self-clarity. Go beyond Post-it notes. This isn't just design. You know, get out there and actually talk to people. Design experiences, not products, spaces, services, or systems. It's about experience. And design for people, not users or consumers. Users use, consumers consume, but people live. Don't design from a distance, get out there. And finally, above all, make sure your spelling is correct. This is a real menu from Hong Kong, and I realized it should say bamboo shoots, not bamboo shit. So make sure you get your spelling correct. So thank you very much. This is some links to resources on our website, and you can find me on Instagram or LinkedIn. Please don't email me.
Thank you so much, Rama, for your insight. We will get back to you. We will talk on the moderated chat. Please stay with us. And now let me welcome our next speaker, Joanna Murzyn, talking about digital ecology, sorry.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
So thank you, Olga, for introduction. And yes, my topic of the presentation is digital ecology. And with the details, I'm going to describe it to you during my presentation. But in general, digital ecology encourages you to reduce the negative impact of information and communication technologies on the environment. And that's why my presentation today, I prepared for you it will be a sound, because like I don't want to stream the video. I'm going to turn over the video in a second, because video streaming consumes like a lot of energy at the same time, generates a lot of digital carbon footprint. So now I'm going to turn off my video and I'm going to play the sound, and I hope, let me just check if it's right. It work correctly.
The awareness.
Can you hear me? Is it good?
Awareness of the
How is
digital
the
ecology phenomenon has only just started growing, so it doesn't have a clear-cut definition. For radicals, digital ecology means responsibility combined with conscious and sustainable use of technology. So how can we use technology sustainably? Through the criticism of its unrelenting progress and growth, and by adding functions that serve the environment and people. Our approach to the problem is holistic. And in order to give you the scale, first, we have to dive deep under the water. Despite the common beliefs about the network flowing to us from the satellite, at the moment, 97% of the internet travels to us underwater. Most of the movies, music, or games that we download from the internet come to us via fiber optics cable located at the bottom of the sea and the oceans. One kilometer of ultra-high density fiber optic cables weighed approximately 840 kilograms. and developing them underwater is an extremely expensive process. Why? There are few factors have to be taken into account, from the presence of a coral reef and underwater volcanoes to sunken ships and animal habitats. It happens that such cables are attacked by the sharks, and they are attacked to the magnetic streamer fields and tend to bite through the cables. In some areas of the world, equipment lose due to shark attack on streamer cables, and it is a serious problem in terms of time delays. So the cables had to be wrapped in a Kevlar material to prevent damaging shark bites. For those who don't know, Kevlar is one of the strongest man-made materials on Earth. So the next time when your video on YouTube will load slightly longer than usual, there is a high possibility that sharks have something to do with it. Today, there are around 380 underwater cables in operation around the world, spanning a length of over 1.2 million kilometers. Please remember that each centimeter of those cables would at some point become waste, and we will have to recycle it. And how does the recycling of electronic waste works today? Worse than terribly. According to e-waste monitor, a record of 54 million metric tons of electronic waste was generated worldwide in 2019, and only 17% of this was collected and recycled. What happens to the rest? It lies in dumps in India, China, or Africa. In places like this, kids' labor is known. They all day long turn the electronic equipment into parts and then sink them into acid or burn the PCB from which valuable minerals can be extracted. I myself visited one such landfill in India, and what I saw there were children, sadness, destruction, and burning computer monitors. It is also worth mentioning here that practices of countries that proudly call themselves developed. They send electronics to developing countries under the label second-hand technology, avoid paying additional costs for the transportation of electrical waste, which are classified as hazardous. In 2019, 78 new phone models were presented on the market. Average life cycle of a smartphone is 2 years. After this time, it's really hard to replace individual components because they are too expensive, and it pays more to buy a new model with a larger display and the whole set of new technologies that we do not need in any way. It is also worth mentioning here that large technology corporations are fighting against repair plans, suing them for illegal replacement of components. Apple in 2019 sued an aftermarket repair shop in Norway, accusing the owner of infringing on Apple's trademarks by using non-genuine aftermarket repair parts. They are evil company. They even created a special screw specifically to make it hard to repair the iPhone. It's like a sect. When you enter it, you become more and more addicted, so much that you have no way out or against. Look what an irrational situation this is. Technology companies have a problem with us opening their heart. At the moment of the purchase, they still have the feeling that the product belongs to them, so they can decide about it. But when it comes to taking responsibility for the same product, when it completely ends its life cycle and become a waste, they wash their hands. All those practices makes e-waste the world's fastest growing domestic waste stream, fueled mainly by higher consumption rates of electronic equipment, short life cycles, and few options for repair. So, what are the other electronic devices that we replace as often as smartphones? On average, every 3 years. Servers, my dears. Servers, which are the heart of the cloud, restore our data. And let's stop here for a second. Can you hear the noise in the background? This is the sound of the running servers. They do this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Why? Because it's generally accepted that the network must always be available. To keep you in this belief, the network infrastructure is double. Why? In case one of the parts fail for the second. The system has two power lines, two power connections to the internet, as well as dual software. And what role does the cloud play in our lives? It is the part of each activity you do on the web. Mail, search, video streaming, navigation application. When you send a query how to get to the nearest liquid store, somewhere in the world, some computer must calculate how long it will take you to get there and what is the most optimal path for you. Recognize the sound? This is the notification of the email you've just received. In 2020, there are 306 billion emails sent every day. And with each email, there is a carbon footprint associated, as all those information has to be stored somewhere and transferred to you. Typical email is responsible for approximately 4 grams of CO2 emission. If it has a picture attachment, this needs an extra storage and takes longer to transmit. So the carbon footprint rises to an average of 50 grams. Sending 65 emails is an equivalent to driving 1 kilometer in a car. If every Brit sent one less thank you email a day, we would save 16,000 tons of carbon a year. This is the same as 81,000 flights from Madrid to London. And what is the content of the most unnecessary emails we send? Thank you, thanks, have a good weekend, cheers, you too, LOL. So next time, please check your email before sending to ensure they contain all the necessary and correct information to avoid the need of following up emails. And what else do we do most often on the web besides sending emails? Watching videos. According to Cisco, video will account for 82% of all internet traffic by 2022. And the emission generated by watching 30 minutes of Netflix is roughly 1 kilogram of CO2. It is the same as driving almost 4 miles by car. Moreover, emerging digital technologies such as machine learning, blockchain, 5G, and virtual reality
are likely to further accelerate demand of data center and network services. Here also came in play the development of smart cities and IoT solutions. We are floating in data, and there is a real risk that it could all get out of control, and we all need to keep a close eye on this. Why this is so important? Because at the bottom of all that, what I've just described, there is an energy. Currently, information communication technologies account for between 5 and 9% of total electricity consumption, and it might rise to up to 20% of total electricity consumption in 2030. And the fossil fuels still supply 84% of the world energy, while renewables are so far accounted on only 5%. The energy needed to run your hardware is kept in a lithium batteries, and its necessary ingredient is cobalt. Due to the growing demand of cobalt, in 2018, the US Department of Interior issued a list of 35 critical minerals that the US economy can't live without, and that included cobalt. Cobalt is even considered a national security risk because most of it is mined in a politically unstable region of Africa, and that includes Democratic Republic of the Congo. More than half of the world's cobalt comes from there. And Congo is also source of coltan. What is coltan? It is a vital element in creating capacitors, the electronic elements that control current flow inside circuit boards. Those capacitors are used in almost all cell phones, laptops, pagers, and all other electronics equipment. Coltan and cobalt are mined through a very primitive process. Dozens of men and kids work together, digging large craters, scraping away dirt from the surface in order to get the minerals underground. It is not surprising that Apple, Google, Dell, Microsoft, and Tesla were named in the US lawsuit over Congolese child cobalt mining deaths. The lawsuit, which is the result of the failed research conducted, accused the companies of aiding and abetting in the death and serious injury of children who they claim were working in the cobalt mines in their supply chain. The situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo is critical. Countries like US, UK, France are providing financial and military aid to Uganda, Rwanda to invade regions filled with coltan and cobalt. Congolese men, women, and children are tortured, raped, and killed. According to Slow Factory, 48 women are raped every hour in Congo. Since 1998, more than 6 million people have been killed in an ongoing war in eastern Congo, and half of them being children. This is the silent Holocaust that is happening right in front of our eyes. Congo is one of the most resource-rich countries in the world. Such an irony that at the same time it is one of the poorest countries in the world. It's time to say it loud. They are real victims of the progress that has been installed in us and programmed. Please stop for a moment and think about the price of the progress and consequences of omnipresent digitalization. Technologies brings as many problems as they solve, and the time has come for us to take a critical approach to its progress and to direct its further development toward meeting I mean humans, demands with the respect for the natural environment. Please wake up. It's not too late. We still have a chance to live in a world in which humans function with nature in harmony. We still have a chance to live in a world in which everything around you is built on the foundation of love and trust. But first, we have to realize that the material goods are not a marker of prosperity, and the greatest wealth is hidden in the another person. This is why I highly encourage you to cooperate and start taking seriously the implementation of the Sustainable Development Agenda and not to be afraid to radically dream of the better future for all of us. Because we humans, we are fucking awesome. And we are the change. We have the power, we have the tools to make the world a better place. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So maybe you might feel confused because there were no video, but I made it on purpose because just like you could hear in the presentation, the video streaming consumed like a crazy amount of energy. So that's why I didn't want to contribute in that. So so thank you for that, and thank you for your time, and I think it's the moment for the question right now, right, Olga?
Yes. Will you show yourself to us for the moderated chat, Asia?
I broke my rule, but yes.
Okay. Okay, now we will have a short moderated chat. I will try my best to somehow merge the two topics that are, I think, very different. Rama showed us a very an approach to sustainable design, which in different social situations, which is very, I would say, not to say that your wasn't friendly, Asia, but it was very, calm and friendly. And as I know Asia from her, also her work before, as her brand is called Radical, we shouldn't expect anything less than little radical presentation, which was very interesting. And I have to say it was difficult to focus with all that noise. And it gave me this idea of how much like say digital pollution is produced all the time. So I think that was probably the idea behind the the sound that you presented. I would like to ask you first about your personal approach and how is it that that you choose the path that you choose to communicate the ideas that you do with your work, because maybe it will be a good starting point to further conversation about the ideas. First, I would like to know your background and why do you think that the way, what is the way to raise awareness among people about the topics that you bring?
So that's a question for me, right?
That's for both of you. Yeah, we can start with you, Asia.
That's a good question. So I choose the topic of digital ecology because I just see because we're living in a very interesting times and the digitalization happening everywhere and it's actually accelerated because of the corona, but we do not think about the consequences that it brought to the environment. We do not think about digital carbon footprint. We do not think about the amount of energy that the data centers consume and the amount of heat that it generates into the atmosphere. And considering the scale of that, I'm just really afraid if we would not raise awareness right now, it might be very problematic in a few years. And because also hi Paulina. Also, the e-waste issue I mentioned during the presentation is also a huge problem. We do not talk about it. We rather prefer, to buy a new phone and to buy a new laptop rather than take care of the waste that we left behind. And the problem is huge. And I think it's really important to raise awareness. Because it's.
Yeah, especially since the topic that you talk about for some time now, I first heard about it from you. And honestly, as I've heard it somewhere around 1 year ago or so, I never heard anyone else talking about it. So it seems like it's such an extreme, the digital carbon footprint is such a big thing when you talk about it, and then suddenly you are the only person that I know that talks about it. Which what do you think is the reason for that? Why it's not the topic like with in general ecology that we talk about so much? Why the digital one isn't a topic? What do you think?
Comfortable with technology. We feel comfortable that we have an Instagram. We feel comfortable that we can post everything online, and we feel comfortable that we can have a new phone and take a picture that with a higher resolution. But I think it's like it's a hard step to at some point stay and say, okay, I got enough. I do not need it. And say it loud, like most of the social media are highly addictive, and to resign and do not be a part of it. So it's really hard. And also it's hard because there is no alternative on the market right now, especially for most of the social channels like Instagram, Facebook, and other stuff. So it's really hard.
Yeah, I would like to talk about this, the alternatives, a little, maybe later on. But now I would like to hear from Ramo. What is your position on that?
Sure. So what I loved about your presentation, Joanna, was it brings to light something that's obvious when you hear it, but may not be obvious before hearing it. And what I think with inclusive design is it's obvious when you hear it, but it's not obvious before that. We exclude a lot of people by design. We exclude a lot of people in our creative thought processes. People by age, ability, by gender, by geography, the global north, the global south, east and west. Oslo is a small city, 500,000 people. If you live in the east of Oslo, you have a 10-year life expectancy reduction than if you live, in the west. And this has become increasingly important. If you think of the events that have been kicked off by the death of George Floyd, where a man is just sort of has the life squeezed from him like a tube of toothpaste. Issues of racism come to light, and issues of ableism, of genderism, of ageism are all being called out. And we have so much work to do because, there's one gorgeous little planet that we're on, and the same sun rises and sets on us all every day. But that day can be a radically different experience because of the exclusion that exists in the digital world, the physical world, that exists around us, and in that most dangerous place of all, which is the minds and hearts of people. So, finally, we as designers, as creatives, as corporates, as a nation, as nations, we have a role and responsibility to be promoting empathy, compassion, and kindness rather than power. And that's why I read out that poem. So that poem was a driving force for me when I was 14 to, what I wanted to do was actually serve humanity. And I saw design as a vehicle of doing that, but I didn't know how because inclusive design didn't exist then. And these human-centered approaches were very much fringe. So it was very much a personal drive from when I was a teenager.
Yeah, and you talked about the race of issues that were actually issues before the pandemic, and now as the pandemic kind of acts like a catalyst of those issues and they become more and more visible. I would like to ask you, what do you think are the biggest problems facing from your perspective? Because Jana talked about the digital footprint, which obviously pandemic must have made it much worse. And you said about the alternatives, which can be very difficult in the times where we are left with technology to connect to each other, right? So Asia, maybe first I would like to ask you, what are the alternatives? What alternatives do you see to reduce the impact that we have? As you said, it's very difficult because we don't have any alternatives. As with consumerism, we have some kind of alternative for more sustainable clothes or buying less. And what would you say would be alternative for a digital ecology?
For first of all, use less internet. I know it might sound trivial, but it's a really good advice to sometimes, you know, disconnect yourself and clean up the mess and clean up the data that you left behind, because most of the emails and other old posts and comments and everything is stored on the data centers, and this consumes energy. Clean your mailbox, clean all your old posts on your social media. And there are a lot of alternatives, like for example Ecosia, but it turns out when you dive deeper that the main engine is based on Bing, which is like, you know, associated with the Microsoft. So there's like, you know, you still don't feel like there is something that is actually really like sustainable in the core. So it's very hard, to be honest. So that's why I'm also trying to build myself some kind of alternatives, but it's also really hard. So yeah, it's a struggle. So just what I can recommend, just, you know, talk more to each other and disconnect yourself for a while, because it's also good for the health, for mental health, but also it would be good to somehow pressure the big tech corpo on, you know, on some kind of regulation or anything that could, you know, somehow regulate that, because most of the data we produce, which is like gather about our behavior online. So, you know, yeah, so we are not the source of the source of the problem, but like the greedy people who are trying, you know, to find out more and more about us are. So
yeah, especially since, as you said, we are not in control, and we might feel a little powerless because of that, but maybe starting with our own computers and our own choices is the way.
There are some small, like, you know, small actions you can do. Like for example, when you're close to your Wi-Fi network, try to use your Wi-Fi on a phone, because, you know, consume less energy than, you know, than the mobile network. Try to put your phone in a dark mode, because then it's also consume less energy, because the pixels on the screen does not require like to be like that, the same as, you know, you have a phone with the white screen. So yeah, there are some and clean up the mess. I think that's the biggest problem, that we left behind a lot of mess, and just try to clean it. Clean it for you.
Slow down and clean the mess. And Rama, what is the issue that is most important for you, especially in today's situation?
So I just wanted to say I support what Joanna said about, you know, digital junk is a massive negative component of our lives. And we've actually done some inclusive design projects around that. To how do you stop people turning into data neurotics or being constantly connected? And I think, you know, the idea of cold zoning yourself digitally is absolutely sacrosanct for human health. The big issue from a kind of socially sustainable perspective is that we won't learn. Will we learn? So, you know, and about 7 years ago, I actually got very upset. I was in the shower where I do a lot of thinking. And I was, or at least a lot of ideas kind of come at me quite quick fire. And one of the things I was upset about, I'd had a hard week where we had looked at gender imbalance in, you know, Latin America. We looked at the kind of overuse of technology. But the particularly upsetting thing was one of our researchers was in a care home where he'd seen this older woman being shouted at, and her crime was clearing away the plates of the table she was having lunch at for the other people. And when we interviewed the staff, they said it's health and safety. But she was almost in tears. We were in tears. And I got thinking, in the projects that we've done, there's so many social issues. How do we address them all? You know, there's one little body, little mind here. How do we address them all? And the answer came that it's leadership. You know, we need to address leadership. And leadership is not just leading other people, it's leading yourself. So you need to start with a sense of self. So if I was to sum it up in 2 words, it's be conscious. So do anything you want, but be conscious about it, because your consciousness will actually tell you whether it's wasting energy, hurting other people. You know, we have this term of making a killing, which I hate. But if you're making a killing, which means you succeed in terms of profit, someone is making a dying. So that is, you know, the social sustainability, the economic and the environmental need to go hand in hand. So that would be my answer. Be conscious, address leadership.
Yeah. Joining your two, what you two said, I think that I would recommend everyone to look at, if already hasn't done that, to watch Social Dilemma and the movie on Netflix, which for me made a big change, because it really shows how we should slow down and be more conscious, as you, Rama, said, about our choices in digital as well. So just to, we don't have much time. I just wanted to ask you the question that we want to answer from all our speakers today. We wanted to ask you what advice, what if it was one advice, would it be if you could give regarding sustainable city design? So talking about city design, what would be one advice that you could give?
So I have a one sentence thing is, don't just make, a city isn't just sustainable because it's livable, it's sustainable because it's lovable. So from livable to lovable, that would be my advice.
Asa? So I'm going to stick with the topic of digital ecology because as you know, the amount of data is growing on an alarming scale. The data centers will become, like, you know, integral part of the cities. So, like, you know, we as a citizens who actually produce this data that need to be stored, please be conscious in terms of, you know, producing it and try to do it less. So we will not have to have, like, you know, the data centers which consume crazy amount of energy, Christ, believe me. And it's a huge problem. And we do not want to have it as a part of our cities, because cities is for the citizens.
Yeah, and if you could give some more information for our attendees, if they want to, you know more about the topics that you talked about, where would you send them? Your website.
I can recommend you to follow me on Instagram.
How ironic!
No, believe me. I have been fighting so much with myself to, you know, to find like the something, like, you know, that could be like also benefit, and I also could connect with you. But it turns out like the Instagram and the Facebook is the only source. Believe me, I was even trying to build my own independent internet network. So, but it turns out it's a lot of work. There is a very cool project in Berlin. It's called Freifunk, and you can build your own website, own network. But it's like it's too much work. And so please just follow me on the Instagram, and there you have like a link tree, and there is a source of the information with like a huge file with a lot of research and a lot of links and everything. Just
Okay. Okay, thank you. And Rama, where would you send our attendees for more information on the topics that you talked about?
Sure. So two areas again, LinkedIn and Instagram for me. You can see my name on screen. It's pretty unique because it was misspelled by the British when we landed in South America. And also Linktree/HHCD, standing for the Helen Hamlin Center for Design. We have on there many links, many free resources for you guys. And we're also setting up something called Creative Leaders Circle. So rather like yourself, Joanna, we are setting up our own network to do this. And we want about 300 people from 85 countries to join us for an event on the 18th of November. So the Linktree/HHCD, you'll see a link to that there. If not, ping me on LinkedIn or Instagram.
Thank you so much, both of you, Joanna, Joanna, Asia, and Rama. Thank you so much. And we will come back in after 20 minutes break with another set of talks. So see you after the break. Hello and welcome back to Channel 2. Now I would like to welcome our next speakers from Prague, yes, Martin Ponec and Jan Stuchlik, after which we will have a lecture from Brigitte Felderer from Vienna, and after all lectures, we will have a moderated chat with our guests afterwards. So now the stage goes to Martin Ponec and Jan Stuchlik.
Okay, thank you, Olga, for introduction. Hello, everyone. I will share my screen now. Yeah, now it works. So, hello, nice to be here. We are part of this. My name is Martin Ponec. I am a teaching assistant at the Studio of Graphic Design and New Media, which is also called Atelier 304. And today I will talk about some activities of our studio, and then I will be changed by Jan Stuchlik, our student, who will introduce you to his own project, which is about collaboration, and it's called Missing Studies. So we are from UMPRUM, which is Academy of Arts, Architecture and Design in Prague. And we are part of graphic department next to other studios like, for example, typography or illustration, animation, and a few others. And we are a really small studio. Approximately there is from 10 to 15 people every semester. And I would like to say something about the history, because our studio was founded in 2005 by Professor Petr Babák, which is my colleague. And he is not just a teacher, he also runs his own graphic practice called Laboratory. So I just wanted to show some few shots of his work. So I chose this. This is a National Library of Technology in Prague. And Petr made a visual identity and orientation system for the building. And it's made as a basically technical textbook. So outside of the building and even inside, you can see many technical information. For example, how long is the facade, or how high are the stairs, or how many calories you lose when you walk the stairs. And all the building is full of these information from the technical perspective. But back to our studio. Our studio is a space where we are happy that we can invite not just the graphic designers, which are the core of the group, but there are also people with various backgrounds, which is really great for making some new topics and find some unexpected ways and approaches to the field of graphic design. So there are also, for example, programmers, technicians, or historians, photographers, even some actors or yachtsmen are coming. So that means that the outputs of the students are not only visual, but they also make some stuff in the 3D, for example, robots, or this is work by Sofia Samareva, our former student, which ended as a fashion designer, which is for us totally okay. And we like this atmosphere of changing ideas in interdisciplinary vision, let's say. So I would like to talk something about the assignments which we are giving to the students, because they are really various. Every semester is different. So sometimes the assignments are very academic. And then on the other hand, there are, for example, tasks which are related to the real practice. And sometimes the assignments are really specific. And on the other hand, there are really wide open ones when we want students to find their own problems and to come up with their own projects. and approaches to the field. The important part of our teaching system is also making the workshops with the guests, because our management of the studio is really small. We want students to meet with other opinions or other approaches to the creative process. So we invite other designers outside of the school, or artists, poets, musicians, and people from other disciplines. This is, for example, shot from the workshop with artists Jiří Franta and David Bem. Another part of the teaching techniques which we do is organizing pop lectures, which was a series of lectures which was running for a few years, and it was organized by the students itself. And they also made the lectures, the public lectures about their work, which was important for improving their presentation skills and defining their own work to the public. We also publish the results of the work of our students. This is, for example, the Treasure Island box, which is basically a book. So, but it has a form of a box. You can see it has its own ISBN code. And when you opened it, the box was empty because there was a hidden double base under which was hidden the work of the students, like some posters or DVDs with videos and other stuff. This is other book we made after the 10 years of running the studio. It was called Pop 10. And now I wanted to show you a few projects by the students. And this is a book called City Equals Medium. It was made by Jan Matoušek as a diploma work, and it extended as a book, which was dealing with the city as a specific layer for sharing information and various kinds of information. So in the book, there was a big research about artist projects in the public space in the history of the Czech Republic. And there were some visions of the future city, how it could work and spread the various kinds of information through the city. This is another work by Zdeněk Růžička. It's an example of that sometimes we are not working only in 2D, but we are going to 3D space. This is an experimental audio toy for kids. This is a tower which can be deconstructed and constructed again, and it's made for little kids, and it's really fun. The important thing is for us is also organizing the events or making some venues where people can meet. So this is Prague Art Book and Design Fair, which is called Facebook, and it's organized by our students Vít Jebavý and František Kast. It's a place for meeting of international independent publishers and for presenting books and meeting people who are interested in publishing. And the next thing I want to show you is a project called Vivid Books by Vítek Škop, which was originally a diploma work, but it expanded and now it's a startup. So basically it's an interactive textbook which works with the augmented reality, and it makes learning physics or chemistry more fun for the kids. So we are glad for this project because it's an example of that sometimes some projects expand from the walls of the schools and are really implemented into real education system. And next project is called Missing Studies, and it's done by our students Jan Stuchlík and Josef Gečnuk. It's still under development, and now I would like to pass the word to Jan to show and tell something more about this. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I will share my screen. Wait. Is it working, Martin? Sorry for problems with. Okay, now it should working, right? Any reactions? It's working. Okay, thank you very much. So, sorry for this low start. So, hello everyone. My name is Jan Stuchlik. I'm a student from Studio of Graphic Design and New Media, which you have already heard about of Martin. 2 years ago, when I started in the studio, I choose the studio because it seems to me as the multidisciplinary space where students came from different types of school or disciplines. And therefore you can find in our studio people from theoretic, design or technical disciplines, which is occasion in our academic, I think. My first task, what I got in my first year was redesign the education system or space where I study. And I designed this simple model where students one in semester become a head of our studio. And in this role, he or she opens topics close to him or her. And students their influence and teach others. And in this way, students by themselves contribute to the direction of the studio, which remains constantly in the motion. And this led me to the idea that there is no platform for connecting students from different disciplines based on common interest and topics. In the Czech Republic, each university has its own internal system, its own website, and each university focuses only on its specialization. And education institutions works as close structures, and students do not have opportunity to meet and don't know what is being discussed of other schools. Education institutions try to promote interdisciplinary cooperation, but their models connect students on the basis of common discipline, not on the basis of common problem. And meaningful collaboration usually arises randomly, which is what we want to change with Project Missing Studies. When we research if such a digital platform is already exists, we find the websites of small Czech village, and it's called Krompach. The village has probably 100 inhabitants. And the inhabitants of this village share their skills. And when you choose skill which you need to help with, such as it's, for example, svařování in English is welding, the system will generate all families where they have one welder. And this example convinces us that digital platform can have social impact for real life or for village or city. And thanks to platform, this is a village relationship between inhabitants were going up. So now let me show you how the present situation and our goal, where we want to what we want to change. we consider that low awareness of topics between university is the main problem. Students from one education institution do not have opportunity to know on which topics work students from other schools. They don't know each other because they visit different buildings. And that's what we want to change. We want to change the system, or Missing Studies platform visual students topics, and students can see what problems are solving in the different university. Each university has its own internal system for lectures, workshop, and other gatherings, and these gatherings are fragmented on the World Wide Web website, and it's very difficult to find lectures from different schools what you would like to visit as a student. So we would like to put together these lectures and workshop in one place, and that's what Platform Missing Studies does. As I've said, that the interdisciplinary cooperation works at higher education, but it put together people with different interests, and that's what we want to change. We want to put together people from different specialized or different higher education, but with the same problem. And how does it work, the platform? On the platform, there's many events, and each event described by keywords. If you confirm the participation on the event, the keywords moves to your profile. And from the most used your keywords, the platform generate the Rhizome network. And on the Rhizome network, you can see the other students from different disciplines or different education, which have same interest as you. And this is finally how the platform looks like. You can search for gatherings what you would like to visit with writing or choosing keywords. Events are divided into the 6 basic categories, and each category has its own color. There is, for example, workshop, lectures, or exhibition. All gatherings from institution in one place. And there is a profile when you can have the 10 most used keywords and the events which you would like to visit. And from the most used keywords, the platform generates this network site where you can see students which they have same interest as you. You can open their profile and easily contact them. Every student which is using the platform is the editor of the platform. Users can organize the events and be the editors. We are trying, because the students have the profile, so it's quite a social network, and the design of this site is very simple. There is, for example, no images, no choices to upload image, expect your profile photo. And it's therefore because we want to react on the other social networks, for example, Facebook or Instagram, which they works on attention economy and use these images. So we would like to build the platform where students don't spend so much time because there's only text. And our scripts knows that we can bring events from institution websites or newsletter automatically for our platform. And when the pandemic starts, we create the new space we call the online space, and we group together all choices of online educations for students. We are doing this because we think that that the collaboration can change something. The reason the problems are so need the cooperative if we need complexive results. So that's about missing studies. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Martin. It was very interesting. I can't wait to talk to you about it. But first, I can't wait to hear from our next speaker, which will join us then at our moderated chat. Now I will give the stage to Bridget Felderer. Bridget, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So I just share my screen. And here we go. Yeah. Thanks a lot for having me. I'm reporting now, and I'm also sitting now in the Social Design Studio as one of the very new departments of the University of Applied Arts Vienna. The project of the Social Design Studio are realized by changing teams. Their production is based on the very personal concerns and visions of the different team members. We are not looking for the least common denominator, but pursue to make our diversity productive. This procedure is possible because we can trust in one strong common interest. Our convinced focus is on conditions of existence. May they be our very personal ones, may they be approached by insights into new knowledge, by needs we are confronted with, respectively by claims we pose to ourselves. What brings us together is a will to make a change for the better, a reason to act, and a constant reflection about the circumstances in which we find ourselves, but which we also have to rethink, reshape, and sometimes even reinvent. Our actions are empowered by strong networks in and outside of the studio, with local as well as with international partners, with or without official funding, and along with a fearless thinking. Such claims seem limitless in their aspiration, but they speak of a strong willingness to take over responsibility and to commit ourselves. The methods are so-called artistic. Artistic here is addressing an avant-garde claim that art and life, the private and the public, must never be separated. Knowing that we are at home in a liminal world, we are not leading an existence in a parallel world, in a parallel cosmos, but we change between spaces, people, structures, not by leaving them behind, but by coping with a complex reality out and inside us. We always try to escape a definition of social design as a term, a discipline, a methodology. And this is, you could say, a self-imposed rule. And of course, it is not meant to avoid any exchange with other social design departments or the topic. It is not meant to avoid a discourse or to contribute to a discourse. For us, to establish a fixed concept would always run the risk to build up a canon of ideas, of topics and methods, which could withstand, which could create actually an obstacle to the ongoing reflection of what we are doing. Of course, such an agreement is nothing else than a paradox. The applied methodology is based on thorough research. The reflection establishes a context of related projects, aims, and people. Nevertheless, the challenge to come up with new approaches to maybe redefine expectations or commissions comes along with the task the several projects are demanding. We need our paradox of absorbing knowledge while we resist any beaten track in order to remain unbiased. At that point of reflection, arts and sciences, or you could say arts and social sciences, do meet. But the artistic methods we need are not addressed to typical art spaces, and the scholarly expertise we bring in is evaluated in a process of participation. The projects are not developed about people, about a space, about a city, but with the people, within a space, and within a certain urban context. Any intervention under circumstances of an ongoing urban change needs a multivocal, you could say a choir, a collaborative basis if it wants to be sustainable. If anyone's rights to the public is not fully respected, then how could any measure, even being an improvement, be understood, be wanted, accepted, and finally taken care of? Already in 2017, the Social Design Studio had been curated by the Architekturzentrum Wien, the Architectural Center Vienna, had been curated to participate in our public workspace in the framework of the Vienna Biennial. The curatorial concept proposed tandem teams of locals and internationals, and in our case initiated an exchange with the collective Rotor from Brussels, which is still continuing. Students as well as teachers participated in the entire process. The network on urban mining, respectively circular economy, is still growing. Learning from students' projects, the topic is not only forming a thematical cluster of work in the studio, but could be regarded as a red thread following an intellectual and shared code of conduct that all projects at our department have to reflect or deal with the climate crisis to some extent. The pressure is rising in terms of asking for responsibility taken or missed by older generations. The reasons for business as usual provoke critical strategies to counteract, to rethink the necessity to enforce social cohesion in order to deal with climate change and to develop immediate actions which are not dependent on big budgets, but which also build on the involvement and claims of all actors. Further urban planning, further social design has to come up with ideas and take actions to make sure that a healthy city is a place for all its people. Most of the projects of the Social Design Master Program are addressing a world outside the safe walls of a university or the formalities of a gallery's white cube. The works are applying artistic strategies, but are focusing on participation with people outside the art world, are dealing with issues of public space in urban contexts. The growing alumni network of the program shows that such concerns remain crucial during the subsequent projects of former students. In a series of alumni talks, the exchange is continued, and the studio understands itself as a platform open to the reflux of content and impact by the new social designers, who share their experience and knowledge with the upcoming generations, and not to forget the teaching team. Along this understanding of a university's department as a hub of information exchange and networking, focusing on societal issues, we have opened our doors, triggering a process of deinstitutionalization. This means we can positively instrumentalize the university as a space of free thinking, of fearless dreaming, opening up to collaborations and frameworks, both formal and informal, but with a great safety net, and literally opening up to public space. As a department of the University of Applied Arts Vienna, we are asked to contribute to a society outside, to never forget that the university is a place of privileges we have to share. We are asked to position ourselves visibly by creating free spaces which could be used by everyone. The program combines introductory courses in theory and methodology with specialized projects. Many of the courses offered at the university are open to the students to meet their particular interests. Every semester, the studio invites special guests coming from the fields of art, design, urban activism, urban policy, architecture, or film. In feedback meetings, as well as in open workshops, projects are discussed and further developed. Since the whole curriculum is based on interdisciplinary work, also the programs offers a great variety of expertise, disciplines, and experience. The topics, like for example the thematization of the urban night, its political potentials, its changing regulation, and its differing notions in other cities, merge with issues like new forms of protest, as presented in a workshop about techno clubs and festival curated by Bogomir Doringer. Collective dancing as a practice of raising a political voice, of understanding city streets and places as urban courts open to critical standpoints, then again relate to a further intensified network in that case with Georgia, and had the following chapter in our last summer school. There we investigated the possibilities of placemaking in a rural area in Austria along a methodology which had been created by listening and learning from people's needs and wishes. The programmatic development of the studio is continuously documented by social media as well as by printed publications produced by students, alumni, studio guests, or the teaching staff. The projects conceptualized and realized in the social design departments at the University of Applied Arts, Vienna, follow an international orientation. But what does this mean and imply? Sure, the students have different backgrounds in terms of their previous studies, their work experience, their cultural knowledge. Their attitudes towards Vienna as the location of the studio are rather different and range from a pre-existing knowledge about the history of social housing in Vienna to the widely promoted notion of Vienna as a quiet and safe place with a high quality of life. Some are interested in local habits, traditions, or mentalities. Others prefer to socialize with other international fellow students as they share a similar nomadic life, which has been open to many directions so far, and staying in Vienna seems the least likely. This variety of perspectives is firing up a productive and also critical process of reflection in the studio, in the way that we work on and in Vienna, and at the same time develop a wider discourse, which is continuously adding up to a thick description, as Clifford Geertz put it, adding up to a thick descriptions of our surrounding and the local as well as a wider context. We interpret urban culture in such a way that we do not aim for a broad consent, but see our progress as a process of sharpening our debate on possible meanings. In this sense, we would like to discuss the notion and the necessity to share and intertwine our local and international backgrounds. Does that imply to ask for a comparison? How can we continuously invest on a critical perception on our projects? Does it mean to apply methods in order to learn and understand the particular cultural and societal system? Does it imply to continuously scrutinize an inevitably biased perception? How could everyday city life and rituals be categorized? How can one understand and identify what people might want and need, even if they do not express it verbally? How about conceptualizing a collective vision if the quick answer would be that the most preferable vision is that nothing should change, that conditions should simply remain as they are, because it can't get better? There is not one question and of course not one answer. And we are aware that understanding culture is never coming to an end and is therefore by definition incomplete and continuously opening up new uncertainties as one moves towards a deeper understanding. So if we are trying to grasp the notion of social design in Vienna, it might be different from what it means in other cities. The core question in a thick description of the context of our work is closely linked to our reflection on our roles, to a reflection on our roles and our self-understanding as social designers, and as a result also on our methodology. In order to set a process in motion, we see ourselves confronted with an all too familiar, again paradoxical situation, to be initiators on one hand, and so to say to disappear in the process, and to hand it over to all those acting in such dynamics on the other hand. This is why social design needs to be translated and conceptualized in all its political weight as a success by and for the people living the city and living in the city. Social design as a strategy to counteract or to add up to official policies. Social design must not be experienced as an interest coming from outside or from above, not by the responsible city administration, nor by an innovative department based at an art university. By making social design invisible, since we refrain from designing others, we are pursuing a working process based on a continuous understanding of the city as a cultural system, a never-ending story. So please stay tuned. Thanks.
Thank you, Bridget. We will now invite our other speakers, and I'll have some questions to ask you. We have Jan as well. Okay, thank you so much for your lectures. Bridget, could you? We can still see your screen. If you could enable this.
I actually should, because I interrupted it.
1 second. Oh, you have to disable the sharing screen option. Okay, yes, I think when we are okay now. Yeah, so it's very interesting to me that, you know, you, Martin and Bridget are representatives of universities, and I wasn't a student so long ago, so I can see how incredible change is happening. And I will also ask Jan for insight, as he can he can tell us as a student. It's amazing how this idea of social and sustainable design is entering the universities. I was wondering, do you have any information or experience with how the students deal with their everyday job when they leave universities, and is this methodology applied afterwards? So, you know, how the theory looks in practice after the university, which is also always very interesting to me. Martin, maybe you could tell us something about it.
Yes, of course. Thank you. That's an interesting question, because in our studio, it's really small. So we are basically friends there. So we know about people and their next future paths in their career after they're graduating. So basically our students, after the graduating, are doing their own graphical practice or work as a freelancers. So this is, I think, the main core of their work. In our studio, there is not many people who end in some, let's say, corporation or big studios. They usually work on their own stuff and work, for example, for cultural institutions or other things. And there are also some examples, because, for example, as I mentioned, there was Vítek Škop who as his diploma work made a educational platform which is using this augmented reality to teach young kids the physics or the chemistry. So this ended as a startup which now is running and is expanding. So there are the examples of people who are really embracing this let's say social design in their own projects and try to evolve them.
Do they manage to incorporate different experts from different expertise in their teams as well?
Yes, of course. For example, this work by Vítek, he was collaborating on it even at the school with the real teachers from the grammar schools. So he had this feedback in real time, I would say. So they managed to improve the application, and I think they're still working on it. So that's good example, I think, of the transition from the school to the real execution in real life and career.
If I may add up to what Martin was just saying, we are also quite small as a studio. So we are really communicating on eye level. I would also say we are friends and we remain friends. I think this is also very important. So the alumni are always part of the studio. So they are still participating now with new expertise. And I think also depending on the individual personality, they are pursuing also very different paths. So we have quite a few students who are now working for the administration of the city of Vienna. We have other students who remain in the field of, they are now graduating or working on a PhD project, so very intensively continuing actually a work in the framework of the university. And we have quite a bunch of students who also organized themselves, created new spaces, or even, in terms of co-working spaces, but also discovering new spaces. And since we gather international students, I'm really proud to see how they connect with the former study and how do they translate it, let's say, in a context like China, for example. So how to come up with a social design project under hegemonial structures, so which is very different. You know, we are very much used to a certain freedom. And if this is not the case, how would you still apply the strategies you learned in a city in Vienna and you would apply them maybe in Shenzhen? And what's again very important is how these international projects would be then reconnected with our program here. So this is why we always try to densen the network, to keep the communication alive, and to really bring the whole, we see ourselves, as I said already, it's not a discipline, social design, it's also how you see society and how you would like to want your projects be seen by others, and especially if you're working outside an art context. We are really working literally in the street, so, and we still have art, we still want to do art projects, but we want to be understandable by as many as possible.
Exactly. And how do you do that? Because it's very, it's great that students can work, for instance, in, as you said, the city hall, right? Or yes.
Yeah.
So it's.
We opened also an urban lab now. It's in a former, it was a former vacancy, a former tattoo studio. It's in one of the districts of Vienna, not the central district of Vienna, and there we just this is why I didn't present it, because it's just under process since 2 weeks now. It's premiered, so to say, but now we somehow are literally in the street, and we are offering ourselves, and of course we are not presenting ourselves as university there, but we want to come up with the projects, and of course it's also you risk something if you do that as a university, but in the end I think we profit so much from it, and we just if we want to run a master's program on social design, we have to leave the safe bubble. And I think what is also important to mention is that our curriculum is also very innovative. So the students are focusing on one project in the semester. So this is all, so to say, all they have to do, but this is a full-time task. So and all the rest is open to them, but it's not obligatory. So they are really concentrating on this project, and so they have all the freedom and of course all the support we can give to them.
Yeah, and as you said, that it's not about just being a designer, but the way of thinking, which is far more broader idea. I was wondering, what is your experience, all of you, with different disciplines? Because even though if we focus on designers and arts, and we have to cooperate in order for this social sustainability idea to work, and what is your experience with how to engage people from different disciplines, or maybe they have this urge to cooperate already, and how do you deal with that to cooperate better?
May I start, or Martin, what do you want to go ahead?
You can start.
Okay, and just to describe, in that sense, I give a very wrong impression because I'm sitting here alone, but this is not actually the right, so to say, it's a bit a wrong representation of our studio, because I'm a part of a collective. And this collective is consisting of artists, of designers, architects, people coming from social sciences, me coming from theory. So we are very mixed and hybrid group, and as are the students. So also the students have big backgrounds in architecture, in design, product design, landscape design, urban planning, so political sciences. So this is very broad and wild, and this is what we all bring in, and this is why we really emphasize on this mutual and learning. So this learning from each other across disciplines, across generations, across cultures, and I think this is all what we try to come up with and what we try to share. And this is why for me it was so important to emphasize in the presentation that we want to avoid the least common denominator, because we also want to, it's not finding a common ground, because this might be too small for us, but it's about reflecting, and it's about also sharing also sort of a political and critical standpoint.
Yes, that's nice. I have to agree. I have really same experience from our studio, or very similar, because it's a space where I'm meeting people with really different backgrounds. So, and that's fantastic, because you can see there, like, for example, some Orthodox graphic designer, and next to him there is some man who is a programmer, and they meet on the one platform, which is our studio. And it's not just the technical side. There are also people who are photographs, or maybe even yachtsmen are coming. As I had in my presentation, it was just a small joke, but basically it's true. And we do it even when we invite our hosts, for example, for some workshops. It's also important to meet people from different backgrounds or different disciplines. So, for example, we are the studio of graphic design basically, but sometimes we, for example, invite some musicians and we want our students to work with them. So they are confronted with really other way of thinking and of creative process. And because we are doing graphic design, so sometimes we are working also on some visual identities. And I remember one case a few years ago when there was a task to design an identity for a dance company or dance school. It was a school where I was teaching dancing, some modern dance. So the students were forced to get some lessons of dance, you know, which was really funny because just imagine some people who work mainly behind some computers and then they never had the experience of dancing, and now they had to try it somehow and meet the people for which they are doing the design. So it's very important.
Maybe I will now ask a student about his experience, if he can agree with everything that's been said.
Yeah, I agree with everything what Bridget or Martin mentioned. For example, in our project, because it's not only about me, we are the team of, for example, I don't know, it's 6 students from different universities, and each student knows something different, and every member is important in the project, and without them we will not be there where we are now. So it's important right now, I think, and the structures or the education structure should open and connect with different disciplines and different educations if we want to change something, because the cooperation is needed.
And how would you say the cooperation with different students from different university changes the way you look at your work, basically, but the social design as well? Because maybe this meeting of different ideas brings something new. I wonder, what is your experience with that? I'm asking Jan as a student, because I know that probably Bridget and Martin can also tell us a lot about what multidisciplinary brings. But I wanted to ask from the experience of your work, what maybe surprised you.
It brought to me the different view of point on the thing what I'm trying to do, and that's important because. In the start of the project, I have one goal, but in the way when you are realizing the project, the goal is changing, and it's changing thanks to the people which you collaborate. So it's important. It's important to the project, of course.
And we have a question from the audience about the platform. How many students are there in a platform, and from what program mostly are they?
Yeah, the platform is in the beginning. We have, for example, 150 members or something like that. So it's very small, and we are just working on it. And it's very difficult, for example, to talk with head of universities to use this platform, because every university has own internal system, and they are not open for that. So it's the long way. It will be.
Good luck.
But now the content which can be made by students in the platform. So right now, all what is happening there is by students, and it's quite nice, I think. But we are very small. It's 150.
Okay,
Right.
I think there are not the same idea, but a quite similar one in the Netherlands, connecting people with different skills. I'm not sure how it's called, but maybe you can look it
Oh.
up. It's a big platform, joining a lot of professionals around design, I think, as well. We only have time for one more question, and I would like to ask you a question that I ask every speaker at the conference. If only you could give one advice to regarding the sustainable city design. If you could give only one advice, what would it be? Maybe starting with Bridget.
I hate to give advices, but I think it's just to speak from my very personal view is that we should let's say take care and not ignore the world around us. So really don't be afraid, so to say, of reality. And what we have as a bit of a slogan here in the studio is not to refrain from future. I think we sometimes it seems we do not have visions of the future. We are not dreaming of a future anymore. It seems like sometimes a very dark scenario. And this is, I would not say an advice, but actually this is a vision I would like to share, is that we do not refrain from future, because there is one.
Yeah, it's hard to, I think, imagine right now, as as it was easier before the pandemic. But I think it's wise words. Martin,
I would say let's be empathic about the environment. Look around and try to be the change, because everybody can be the change. It's about maybe small steps, but yeah, that are the steps which goes further. So that I would say.
Yeah, don't be impatient.
Jan, do you have any advice?
Yeah, I've advised, let's try to put together people with idea, with people which can prototype, and with people what can realize something, and put them together. Just try, open the structures, and let's then meet each other.
Yeah,
that's all.
I think it's a very good advice, especially these days, to work together and find a way to do it, even though we can't meet each other. Okay, so now I thank you again, all of you.
Thank you very much.
We will have a break, a lunch break, so a little bit longer one, and then we will resume at 1:50 sharp, and feel free to visit our online exhibition of students' art, which is taking place at From Kultury. We will put the link to the website where you can find it as well. And we resume after the lunch break with more speakers for the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Bye. Does it work?
Hi everybody, Clyde Doyle here from the MA Design for Change in IDT. Shirley's just, we're flipping from the Teams mindset into the Zoom on now, so we're just going to get the presentation up. Thanks for your patience. Sorry.
Hello and welcome back to channel 2 of our conference. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and I'm happy that you stayed with us for the next part of our conference. Now I would like to welcome our next speakers, Clyde Doyle and Shirley Casey from Dublin. And the stage is yours.
Okay, thanks Olga, appreciate that.
Thanks Olga.
Thank you. Thanks everybody. Thanks for inviting us to speak. We're looking forward to talking about our program and how it works and the type of work that our students produce and go through some of the processes involved in that. So that's what we'll do today. So and again, okay. Hi Shirley, can you? Are you having?
Try sharing that.
Is that sharing?
Is that sharing, Clyde?
No, we're still getting to presenter mode actually.
Okay, sorry.
Let me see how much. Secure. I've got the PDF. I could share that. Is that okay?
Did that work, Clyde? Sorry.
No, still no sign. So, okay. Can you see my screen now, everybody? Or Shirley, can you see mine?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thanks. Well, this is a PDF, so there's some nice image galleries in presentation, which we'll just have to do without, I suppose. Anyway, thanks everybody. Appreciate you inviting us again. And we're here from myself and Shirley, our co-chairs of our program at IDT called the MA Design for Change. We're going to go talk through a little bit about IDT itself, the background of the program, because it's a collaborative program with the Institute Without Boundaries at IWB. And then we'll move on talking about the charrette process and how charrettes, which are fundamental to the programs, both programs, work. And then we'll move through into discussing some of the student projects that come out of the program. So, yes, okay, the PDF works, thankfully. So it's the Institute of Art and Design. We come from IDT. It's a small institute. We're home to the National Film School in Ireland, and it's the only institute really that's got a focus on art and design and technology, and it focuses on the creative and cultural technological industries. We're located in Dublin, South County Dublin. We have a nice campus. This is some pictures from a sunny day, which was a rarity, so we got the camera out. And we're near Dunleary, which is an old port town. And here's an image of the Lexicon Library, which we do quite a bit of work with. It's a beautiful kind of building. It's got a lot of nice studio spaces. So like a studio practice is like a fundamental to the Institute. So although they're quiet at the moment, it's normally a hubbub of activity. We have 2,500 students. So it's quite small by any standard really for a third level institute, and 200 lecturing staff across 2 faculties. So it's the Faculty of Enterprise and Humanities and the Faculty of Film, Art and Creative Technologies, in which our program is located. Here are the programs on the other faculties. So there's like Arts Management, New Media Studies, Entrepreneurship and Applied Entrepreneurship, English Media and Cultural Studies. And in our faculty, I don't know why this is having difficulty in moving. I'll have to go back again. Apologies, everybody. PDFs. Anyway, to go through, I can remember most of the programs in our faculty. I don't need the slide myself, but we have visual communications, we have applied psychology. We have a lot of programs which will focus on the kind of narrative arts, photography, animation, and why we're showing these slides really is this gives you some flavour of the type of students that our master's students work with on the charrettes and through the collaborative design process. We'll just move through some of the work here, some artwork. Yes. So moving on to the MA itself. It was developed, it's an international partnership with the Institute Without Boundaries in George Brown College in Toronto, Canada. We fundamentally, I suppose it's important to say that we share the same vision and mission, which is a collaborative design practice for a better world. And the mission is to fostering collaboration between disciplines to come up with innovative solutions. As through these collaborative practices, the program provides our candidates with like a really in-depth knowledge of integrated design strategies, and we apply a quite advanced range of design methodologies. It was developed in partnership, as I said. It's a 3-semester program. And essentially, the IWB students join us in their 3rd term, which is like a master's by research model. And it kicked off the first year in 2017. Charrette itself, I mean, most people here will recognize it as essentially a very large, extensive, multi-day workshop. And how these final charrettes, which we're going to talk about here, work is that they're individually designed by each student and they take place at the beginning of the 3rd term, where they get to work on their own individual projects using the interdisciplinary teams, which are sourced from outside the institute, but the teams will primarily consist of the students across the faculties. So say to give an example, the first year we ran an IDT had 27 MA students. They all had a team of on average, I'd say about 10 to 15 students, sometimes upwards of that, and being led by the ourselves and the other faculty, which come from within IDT and the IWB. Here we have Chris Pandolfini, and he was until recently enough the academic lead of the Institute of Boundaries, but he is still a core member of our team on the MA and is leading our major project in the 2nd term this year. So our students, here we have some of the activities. I think we have a couple of slides here which we'll talk about. What's interesting here, you're looking at like a broad range of students, so I recognize a lot of these. We have psychologists, students from animation, applied psychology, so a very broad range. The Institute of Boundaries, charrette formula, which like we've adopted and have modified to our own needs, but essentially which like both cohorts, if they're in coming from the IWB or IADT, come to use this process of the charrette, which is essentially an intensive collaborative process. And it does bring together professionals and the stakeholders being the stakeholders of design problem being addressed are involved, which is a fundamental aspect of it. So there's the investigate, the conceptualize, there's a design process within it, and there's always an evaluation at the end of that by the obviously the academic team and the stakeholders involved. The benefits are many, but among them, it's a participatory design process. It's the students learn a collaborative multidisciplinary approach. There's concurrent testing and evaluation of ideas consistently throughout the process. You have your stakeholder buy-in when they're run really well, and they're fast and often feasible. So IDT normally begins with a kind of a bringing together, because you'd have most of the actual charrette participants would not be designers, wouldn't have a design background, they wouldn't be au fait with design process, as a lot of us as designers would just take for granted. So they're brought in, they're taken through the process to explain the context of what they want to do. We have a launch in National Film School, and you'll find that what the MA students do, they have to be cognizant of the kind of skill sets and the background and the disciplines of their participants. They're given advanced notice of this. And they make sure that the activities within the charrette and the aims of the charrette are taking those kind of really important aspects into account. And that will, here we have a couple of just images of our first two groups of Canadian students who joined us at IDT for the first charrettes. We have really what to do is they come to Dublin for 2 weeks. So there's a kind of an aspect where we kind of bring them into Dublin for 2 weeks, and then they will return to the site of the research. And that's a really important aspect. So some of them will stay in Dublin, but most of them will return either home, or else to the site of research. What we're going to talk about now are some of the projects. And what we've noticed over the last 3 or 4 years that there's a kind of a general taxonomy. There's three types of projects. You get a client-based project. So it'll be either a project that we've provided, or it'll be one that they will have come into, that have brought with them from a kind of a client or from an employer. We have community engagement projects. I would say about half the projects could be described as community engagement, and then we have a good number of speculative design projects, which often do not begin as speculative design projects, but it kind of facilitates a kind of an outcome, an artifact, and it's very, the research is normally quite extensive, so it's very grounded. What happens is at the very end of it anyway, there's a kind of just various different outcomes, and one of those outcomes is a poster, which with the idea is that the results of the student projects are published both in Dublin and in Toronto. So there's an exhibition on both sides of the Atlantic as part of the. Yeah. So Shirley, if you want to talk through some of the projects, please.
Yeah. Hi everyone. So yeah, we're just going to talk you through a few sample projects. So this would have been a community engagement project, and the student Kate Wilkes moved over to Ireland for the duration for the semester from Toronto, and worked with a client of ours called Space Engagers, who are an Irish organisation who work with communities to deal with sort of unused spaces in some of, smaller kind of local towns in Ireland. So Kate worked with a community in a town called Longford in the middle of Ireland, and ran, workshops along with space engagers in terms of just engaging the community in the project. I think it was funny. It was a big shock. It was a big contrast for Kate to move from such an urban environment to Midlands town in Ireland. So she devised, through workshopping with the community, she devised, a sort of a game to use in workshops with the community to go through that. Yeah, the title was called Parish Town, which is sort of based on parishes in Ireland. Okay, so yeah, that was a very successful project, and I think Kate really engaged really well with the community in Longford. So the next project was by a student called Daniela, and she was based in Toronto but is Colombian, so moved back to Colombia to work on this project. And I suppose her aim really was to generate tools to aid reconciliation and understanding of the process that they're going through in Colombia. So she worked with local school children local to her in Colombia, and worked through and tried out a series of tools in terms of enabling them to understand better what was going on in Colombia. And she had really good feedback from the school, from the principal, in terms of how well it worked. And it has since gone on to, I suppose, be discussed at the higher education, just at the Department of Education level, where they're interested in bringing it forward into the curriculum for teenagers in schools there, which is fantastic for Daniela. So that was a really interesting project to work on. So the next project then is, so these are just some samples of her artifacts. So the next project was by Asma Kanani Caparelletti, and she was looking at, I suppose, entrepreneurship as a socio-economic tool for resettlement, and she concentrated on first and second generation Canadian entrepreneurs, and I suppose worked through a series of workshops with some stakeholders, and I guess just ascertained from that in terms of, I suppose, the levels of support that were available and that needed to be available. And she created an artifact of stories, of case studies of I suppose, the different people that she interviewed for this. And yeah, it was a really interesting project, and she's since gone on to, she just started a PhD sort of based on the work she did on the master's. And I suppose that's just a sample of, I suppose, community engagement projects. These are just more images from Asma. So some students, as Clyde mentioned, also work with their employers. And this is a sample from Julia Podvoskis, and she was looking at, I suppose, creating design strategies for small format retail. And she, I suppose, created a very in-depth timeline of, I suppose, how those type of stores had developed in America, and she devised a set of tools to, I suppose, really look into the area of smaller retail. And this was I suppose, a set of tools that she created were something that her employer was able to kind of take forward and work with. And I suppose she was able to, as part of her design research, obviously kind of work with the stakeholders, the clients, to test some of her tools also. And this is just another example of a student who worked with her employer. This was Hitomi Yokota, and the title was Inclusive Co-Design. So she really wanted to, I suppose, make co-design processes accessible and inclusive for people with language barriers. And this again was, I suppose, facilitated and aided by her own employer, who had a key interest in this, and who will also take forward the tools and the research that Hitomi created during the master's project. Okay, so I might let Clyde, do you want to talk a little bit about this?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we've got, sorry guys, we're a minute over. We'll just quickly run through kind of a speculative design project. That's okay. So this is by Rob Gustus, who's he's hopefully coming onto the program to teach us. He's he developed a spectral design project, which was always the intention actually in his case. But he was looking at the effects of ethics and design and AI. And he basically had, he did an extensive amount of research together with a kind of there was an organization in Montreal, which is working in this area, and to kind of communicate his kind of research and concepts, he developed this speculative product, which would have been a kind of an amalgamation of Adobe and Autodesk. And the idea would be that you could kind of like set and program the type of designer that you would like to become. Unfortunately, it's a PDF, so you can't see the actual animations and stuff here, but you could go into the application and you could adjust, like, I want to become more minimalist, or I want to get that, I'd like to be less Bauhaus and more, the idea that you could adjust an effect, and it was quite like a beautiful looking project and quite interesting. So that would be like the third, I suppose, primary type of project that will come out of the program. And just for ourselves, like it would be, this is the first time that, actually this year is the first year that the Irish MA is running fully. And we have a variety of different workshops happening, including we're participating in the Alaya Digital Conference, and our students will be facilitating their first digital workshop at that. Okay, so thank you for listening, and apologies again for the technical issues at the beginning, which slowed us down a bit, and we ran on slightly, so thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clyde and Shirley. We will get back to you at our moderated chat. And now I would like to welcome Vera and Ruedi Bauer and Esteban Gonzalez.
I cannot open the video. Can you open my video? Thank you. So, hello, I'm very happy to discuss this 20 minutes about the future. I think this topic is in the moment very important, because with this immobilization and this authoritarian general act in the moment, is very difficult to speak about tomorrow and after tomorrow. So good alone as in community, in group. When I was a child, the year 2000 was the future, was this idea of the utopia. And then when I was a little bit later, older, in 68, 70s, we had many utopias. And all the right parties, all the right organization, they construct these utopias. They construct this way to say it's possible that together we dream a common element, because they say all this could be only authoritarian. I think in the moment we understand that the authoritarian of this moment come not from this utopist, come very more from the person who deconstructs this. We are in a situation who every kind of utopia is closed, who every kind of utopia is deconstructed from the liberal society, and we have as designer to propose again new dreams, to propose again new possibilities. These possibilities could be for the global world, or could be for a very, very local situation. And I like to start from the local to go to the global, and not the contrary. And this is probably the difference in between the way that we think the future in the 70s and the way we can do it yet. But for do it this, we have to forget tomorrow. We have to work for the after tomorrow, and to connect the present with this after tomorrow. That's one of our theory. And I let now Esteban walk a little bit about what is future in the way of diversity. How can we think future and diversity?
Yeah, like in the last conversations that we've been having throughout all this week about diversity, about how to make diversity credible, and how can we use design and creation precisely to start building concrete utopias, to imagine possible futures, to imagine different kind of relations, different types of relate between each other. I just wanted to share with you some considerations about the role of art and design in this task of imagining new and possible futures, of making utopias something concrete. So in a text published by Gilles Deleuze in 1985 that is called L'image temps, or Image and Time, the French philosopher affirms that the fundamental task of art consists in contributing to the invention of a missing people and contribute to the invention or the creation of an utopia, of the utopia of a people. The realization that there is a missing people to make an utopia concrete is the new basis on which art becomes political. Art and design must participate in this task, not to address a supposed people which are already there, but to contribute to the invention of a people and like to building concrete utopias. From this point of view, it is then necessary for the designer, for the artist, to try to find the plastic force capable of transforming a private fiction or an impersonal myth into a word or into an image that summons individuals who also, although they have not yet experienced the experience of a people, keep alive the trace of a community to come. The function of art and design is then a form of representation that is not a projection of himself and for himself, but something that rises towards the domain of the political, or in the Deleuze's terms, as a collective disposition of enunciation. Thus, these images and representations traces a field of transmissions from aesthetics to politics, the delation that invokes a missing people and this missing utopia that has to start taking place in our time. It's not a mere piece of entertainment. It is the expression of an imaginary that affirms a possibility of life, a possibility of other futures that affirm, in the end, the possibility of a community and the possibility of different ways of relating between each other, different ways of relating to nature. You wanted to say something, Vera?
Yeah, so maybe I can. Hi. We are not together, so this is also a part of this disconnection. But I think what is very important relating to design, what you have said, is that are we in this moment now doing a design of compensation and adaptation to the situation? So we do the things, we continue, we do them less good, we are accepting that we are deprived of context and we are continuing, or are we doing a kind of resistance? And how do we do it? By continuing and by sharing. And I think we have to make inventions of this. I'm for developing of detracing programs so that our speech is not controlled, which we now don't reflect anymore, because we want to keep and stay in touch. So we have to work how we can construct these utopias and how design can help us to make this, to stay in contact, but how, and this is for me one of the most important things, how can we stay in contact with the context? Because we worked more than 20 years with our teaching and associations and work of context reflexive design. And for this you need the body in space. And we went there with architects and with our students to feel, to see, to hear, and to understand what is the need of the context of the people who are living there. And if this is now we are deprived and we are accepting this. And with the duration of the situation, we are more and more deprived. We have to think how we can be able to share this contextual information. So this is why I think we need a design not of compensation, but a design of resistance and of utopia and projection.
So the resistance, I think, come from this construction of imaginary, this to propose element who could be alternative at this absolutely high and authoritarian one-way goal, who also use in the moment this ecological element to make to bring the liberal society more and more into the same situation as before. How can we, for each details, for each elements of the world, say, but will be possible to do it in another way as it is in the moment? And it is also other possible to make other goals at the goal that the greenwashing of the neoliberal society bring us in front. And this is for me, this resistance of the moment is to create from each place, each dimension, from the global, the local, the neighbor, from tomorrow, after tomorrow, and long time project to make alternatives. How can we dream that all designers, each time somebody proposes something, is able to make a contra proposition who is better in social life, who is better in ecological dimension, who is better for the community.
Yeah, and I think it's also important, like to, as Rudy is just saying, to insist in this role of design, of creation, of representation in the end, as a form of resistance and as an instrument as well, as a tool to building these concrete utopias. I think that in what Rudy is saying, there's this point of view that insists in the very importance of concrete utopias and the proximity between utopies. Because in creation through design, in artistic creation, we can find all the political power of utopia. It's the power of everything we lack in the world, of everything that has not yet a place in the world, but that can start having a place in the world by our exercises of creation and of design thinking. So from this thought of utopia, the designer and the artist is capable of creating new places, new words and actions for dispossessed, mute, asleep, and immobilized people, as we are now in this context, completely immobilized by the pandemics.
And on the other hand, what is the chance of the situation is that the modern normal, like Hubert Klumpner is calling it, is in crisis. So that the normality which the modern world as a form of colonialism has installed, and we have to decolonize our mind of this logic of planning, of organizing, and of anticipating. And this is all relevant for concepts of sustainability, because we also have to reflect which kind of sustainability we want to install, and we have before to understand what are the way of planning and what are the way of representing we are still using. That's why I think we need this crisis to make us ourselves questioning which kind of normality we want to install now. The new, the after tomorrow normality, and in the sense that it's not a kind of fixed and authoritarian one, but it's an organic idea of creation. And I think this modern idea of planning, of organizing, was always a kind of based on control
controlling the situation, and the design went with it. So urban planning, for example, was thought more in the sense that the reality has to adapt to the plan, and not that the plan is reflexive on what is in the reality. So this was a very brutal and authoritarian way to organize. And I think we have to start, we were more in the process oriented, but really a radical or organic form of thinking, organizing and anticipating by making the anticipation always in crisis. So the crisis as a productive and reflexive factor.
In the first global war, it was creating the Dadaist movement. I think we are in the same absolutely strange time, and we have also to use utopia in the way to say it's not only here to be realized, but it's also here to enter in your imaginary, to give the possibility to think not only directly, but with lateral ways. And I think art and design has not only to be the most functional situation, the most Protestant attitude, is also to say we have to create the chaos, we have to create the feast, we have to be to think a future who can make us pleasure. That's my last word.
Esteban, you want?
Maybe, yeah, in relation to the question of the crisis, maybe also a last word, we're running out of time, but just to mention also in relation to what Vera and Woody were saying about the crisis, as you might know, there's a theory by Naomi Klein, it's called the shock doctrine. Naomi Klein tries to tell us how the powerful of the earth try to take advantage of the crisis, like to
construct crisis.
Exactly, to construct crisis and take advantage of them. But then we should maybe start thinking a counter proposal to this shock doctrine, thinking about how we, through art, through design, can also take advantage of crisis, of this moment of crisis, to create new tools, to create new forms of creation, to be able to face...
And to make intellectual shocks, but creative shocks.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's going again to the direction of not being disciplined and resistance. It's very important, and I think we can nominate a lot of crises, but we can also say we have the relation between the individual and collective body. When we have sensed something, then it is this in that moment, and we have to work for the collective body, and there we are all in interdependency. And I think this is for me the most relevant aspect, to work on this interdependencies with a kind of energetic design, so which is related to resources, and to valorize different forms of resources which are going from emotional to economic, and identified our fields of living together as a field of resources, and to valorize the resource equally, and not have this hierarchy from economic to ecologic to social. We have to valorize all these resources in an equal way, and then we are in a completely different logic of a non-hierarchical or rethinking our hierarchies of analyze and of creation.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. I have so many questions, but I have to wait for our chat later. Please stay with us. And now I would like to welcome Dan Bugariu from Timișoara with his lecture, and afterwards we will chat some more.
Hi to everyone, and thank you for having me today. I hope that the sound is good enough for you. Olga, thank you for the warm introduction. Let me please have 5 seconds to start sharing my screen in order to discuss about maybe a little bit different topic, because I'm coming from a different area. I'm a software architect, I'm an ecosystem architect, and I'll represent you several things about we have done in Timișoara. Most of them have been successful, but some of them have been not. And it will be my pleasure to tell you more about the second category. Cities have the capability of providing something for everyone only because and only when they are created by everybody. And I like to start a discussion about sustainable development with this quote, which is coming from Jean Jacobs in 1961. Jean Jacobs was an urban theorist which have influenced a lot the way we are seeing the cities and the way we are discussing about development, a sustainable development. Before Jean Jacobs, more than 200 years ago, Adam Smith wrote an affirmation which influenced the way we created the modern economy. Individual, he told us, he brought us, that individual ambition serves the common good. And you know that this affirmation actually influenced the modern economy a lot. We know that this affirmation is at least incomplete because John Nash in 1944, together with a colleague, created a theory which changed also the way we have looked at that moment at modern economy. And of course, I'm referring to the Nash equilibrium and the theory of games. And, but John calculated, because John was a mathematician. I say he was because he died almost 20 years ago. John told us that it's not enough to have an ambition as an individual in order to create the common good and common progress, but it's also necessary to take care about the interest, the needs of the group. Several years ago, this approach also has been improved, I think, by the paper created by Kate Raworth with her model, Donut Economics, that is aware of natural equilibrium, but is adding also something additional. It's not talking just about creating wealth and prosperity, for financial prosperity for us humans, but for environment in general. So considering humans, but also environment in the same time. Today, we all are in the same ship. And I saw a question several minutes ago before starting my lecturing, if sustainable development should be something which is considered at universal level. It should be. It's not possible otherwise. We can consider that each city is a ship by its own, but that would be wrong and incomplete. The entire world is one big ship. We are all in it, not just human, but also all the living things that directly or indirectly support life. We are together in a journey that depends on us humans if we'll reach a sustainable destination or not. For the moment, the ship is not doing well, and this is the reason probably we organize such kind of conferences. Otherwise, we will not have the motivation to do it. We are on the same ship, and as you see in the image, some of us are helping, and some of us are bringing more water or expecting other person to solve the situation. Solution is not simple at the ship level. Ship is a complex system actually, and it depends on each of us to take some action at individual, but also at collective group level. I would like to invite you for a first interaction. We will have several, and for this interaction, I will invite you to use the technology and to use a tool I'm using right now. To access www.menti.com, use the code I provided you on the screenshot, 8167561, and ask to a simple question to one word. What do you think is the biggest sustainability challenge we face today in our ship? Education, collaboration, politics? If it's easy for you, maybe you complete a proposition, a simple proposition, the lack of or the existence of, and I will wait for one word from your side, probably in the next 20 or 40 seconds. Don't think too much, just speak the first word which is coming to your mind. So www.menti.com, the first answer was just received, reception. Using the code 8167561. And I will wait for another half a minute in order to see, beside reception, if there are other things which are generating a sustainability challenge, sustainability problem for us today. Politics, inequality, two feedbacks, lack of empathy, greed. All of them are great, indeed. They are our challenge for today and tomorrow. Okay, let's go to the next part. You will have the possibility to send me the answer in the next minutes, because you can stay on these slides for several more moments. I will tell you several things about my experience in Timisoara, because I've told you, and you heard probably before shortly, that I'm an architect. I'm not a real architect, the kind of one which is dealing with real spaces, but actually with virtual spaces. I'm a software architect and also an ecosystem architect. In the last year, my professional activity happened around this question, how to build balanced ecosystems, which are helping citizens to improve their life in a city on the long run. Some of the projects, as I told you, failed, and some were successful. And I'm here to tell you several things, very, very short thing, because we have just 10, probably more minutes, which influence the way and we are creating today things in Timisoara. And actually, probably the failures have influenced us and help us to learn the most. One failure is about a map. I remember 8 years ago, I started a small community. Of course, as a software architect, what you can do, you start a small community and plan to build application for your city, application which could solve different kind of things, like solving easier problems which are observed by citizens in your city. And we stay together as a team of 10 to 15 people each week, meetings each week, and invested in creating an application which, in our vision, could solve all the problems from the city. Of course, at the end, we have a deception, because the city hall and the people who should collaborate on this kind of activity were not interested by this application, and they did not consider it a priority. And this was a hard lesson for us, because all the investment and the energy was without a result. And it was a big failure, because actually the team vanished without a collaboration between us and the city hall, which was not open enough. We did not have a mission or a goal to reach. And this was actually a lesson which helped us in the next period of time to start to map the challenges we have today, an index which is running each month. We are calling this index anti-COVID TM index. And this index is actually collecting from month to month which are the challenges of the city. And we have observed that these challenges and priorities are changing from month to month. Of course, not radically, but big enough challenge, big enough change. And we have started with several applications like Creativa to map different stakeholders from our city in order to understand their priorities, their needs, their dreams, their expectations. The second failure was related to direction. You see, an ecosystem is complex. The same like a ship. We have used this metaphor at the beginning of this lecture. And as an engineer, you like complex things. You love them. It's your reason to work. For years, I observed that talking about mappings, technology, open data, standardization, structures, systems and methodologies and ethics are not taking us in the right direction. Actually, I started, and not just me, other engineers too, my colleagues, started to be alone. And our lessons was that we need to use different language. We need to design an appealing vision of where we are going and why do we need to solve this complexity. So we have started to design the journey for the future. And we have started to make it more appealing from sound point of view, from visual point of view, from feeling point of view. And last but not least, we have started to use the second level thinking. What that means? Well, it's not visionary and not smart to buy application you don't need the most. It's not sustainable and not smart to extend the roads in order to have an advantage for the cars, but a little advantage for your citizen. And it's not smart to accept this bad smelling and pollution in your city in exchange for financial benefits. As an action, we have started to create each project with end in mind. And this actually was helping us to win the title of European Capital of Culture. Because if you look at the bid book, which have been used by us, in order to win the title, you will observe that the main goal is the transformation of the city from the mentality point of view. The third one, I will accelerate a little bit, is the team. And I don't have to tell you that if you are a part of the team and the team is breaking, this could be the hardest pain to take. And fortunately, we had not too many failures in this area because it takes everything from you, from all the energy from you. And this is happening, and the pain is so big when the team you are working with in order to change something in the city. This team is leaving the ship not because of the ship, but because of the captain of the ship. And this is the reason the pain is so big. The lessons for us was that we need to manage much, much better the dreams and expectation. And we have started to create different teams to manage projects like European Capital of Culture, or developing the tech startups ecosystem, or implementing the open data portal and so on. We have started to create teams which are similar in culture. They have similar visions and similar values, but they are different in the skill level. And they agree to work together in order to improve their language, their habits, their behavior, the tools they are using. And today we have a lot of teams which are working together, part of them for financial benefits, and part of them for a good impact for the city. The fourth one and the last one is methodology. You see, in Timisoara, we have developed one of the biggest hackathons in this part of Europe. It's called HackTN. It's the biggest one. I mean, we have each year almost 100 participants, but it's once a year. And even we have more than 100 solutions developed in that period of time. The problem is that they are a result specifically generated for that snapshot in time. If you don't have a methodology to update this snapshot in time, to update the solution to the continuously changing of challenges, of problems a city or community is facing, that solution will become very easily outdated. And this was the reason we understood that the change which is generating an impact is not an action, but it's a process. And you have to be in the process continuously. And we have searched for several methodology, and today we are using 2 methodologies with successful results. One is Startup Commons in order to build the startup ecosystems, tech startups ecosystem. And the second methodology is Open Government Partnership. Actually, the bid book for European Capital of Culture title is based on open government methodology. And I'm actually very happy that 1 week ago, not even 1 week ago, several days ago, Timisoara won the special attention from OGP International, and will get their support in order to use OGP methodology with everything which is coming with this methodology, principles and tools and metrics and evaluation mechanisms and working groups and so on. In the last several minutes, I would like to discuss to you about the guy from this image and from the middle, the one inside the red rectangle. His name is Dave Bracefolds, and before 2003, you have to know that the British cycling team was doing not good at all. In 100 years, they won just one small title. And it was not a national shame, because this is actually not an issue to become such a big deal at the national level. But it was a struggle, and everything changed when this guy came to them, because this guy used a special methodology which had helped this team to win the most medals in the Olympic from 2008 in 2020. This picture is from London Olympic Games in 2012. They won most of the medals. They had 9 Olympic records and 7 world records. And the reason they reached to this kind of result was that they used a special methodology. And this is the marginal aggregation method, which is telling us that improving 1% each day can take us to extraordinary results. But if you have a look in this picture, the other way around is valid too. If we are failing 1% each day, we are going to 0 in time. And somehow, I think, regarding the sustainability and our care to environment and developing sustainable environments, I think for a long period of time, we took more than we give back. And this is actually my question for us, how we can at an individual level and also at the group level, daily if it's possible, to make this math. Have we generated more than we took from our community, from our environment? And this is a question everyone should take with him. For the last minute, I will invite you to write me several ideas. Which was the essence for you in this discussion? Was the fact that we need the methodology, the fact that we need just 1% in order to get great results in time, the fact that you need to build strong teams in order to change something in your city and your world, and you have to do it with care to dreams and expectation. Is there something else? I will wait for you. I'm not sure how many of you are connected, but you can use the same link. www.menti.com, the same code, 8167561, and tell me which is the essence for you in creating sustainable future, not just for today, but for our future generations. Okay, 30 more seconds because we are already at 20 minutes which are available for my presentation. And if not, if you don't have a feedback from your side, I will leave you with one question. Which is your way for 1%? If not daily, at least at the end of each semester or year. And this is not just for you, it's for our community, it's for me, it's for our city, because our cities, together with all our cities, are part of those persons which are inside in the same boat, the same ship. And we need to have a clear direction and a clear action in order to choose the +1, not the -1. Why we should do that? In order to make a difference for the future, and at the end of this bridge to be a bright one, not the other way. No, thank you. This is everything. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Dan. Now I would like to invite the rest of our speakers for the panel. Wait a few minutes for everyone to join. We are still waiting for 2 more speakers. I will start by saying that what all of you said really resonates with me because I can hear myself. Sorry. Is any one of you have? Sorry. I can hear myself very loudly. I think that some of you might have double like the speaker and the microphone on, and I can't hear myself. Okay, yeah, it's good. I'm sorry. I got distracted a little bit. What I gathered is that, especially in the times of crisis, that the design approach is so important. And I wanted to ask you, since all of you cooperate with different experts and work in multidisciplinary teams, how do you think we can spread the idea of sustainability outside of our bubble? Because I get this idea that it is very important to create this change inside and spread the idea, but many times I feel like maybe preaching to the choir, as we all know what are the challenges, and I think that one of the biggest challenges for our society is that we are so divided. Especially this pandemic time showed us how people got even more divided by the crisis, and more conspiracy theories grow, and people start not believing in science, rather they believe in conspiracy because they show them some kind of order and some order in the world. So my question would be, what is your idea of approaching people outside of our, let's say, comfortable idea bubble? Maybe starting with I don't know, maybe we have a volunteer. Maybe Dan, you would like to start?
Of course, no problem. Good question. Not easy answer. It takes time. It takes time, and sometimes not 1 or 2 years, even more. Because there are a lot of things you can do. I will choose one. This is changing system instead of changing people or perception. Not that the perception or mentality will not be a good candidate. They could be the best candidate if you successfully are able to change somehow on the mentality level, the perception of the urgency and importance of this journey, this topic for us at the humanity level. Why I will choose systems? As Edward Demings is saying, any good intention will be beaten by a bad system. You have bad systems in this moment. I cannot speak for your own system, but I can speak for my own country system. You have systems that are not working at the political level, at the educational level, at the administration level, that they're not working anymore, and they should be improved. So we are working to create that system which is working. And as I told you several minutes ago, we are using open government partnership methodology in order to, I don't know, get support from an international community.
Thank you. Clyde, what would you say about that?
Yes, I mean, I agree completely with Ander. You know, I mean, you are thinking about systemic change is really what's required. And I suppose I was trying to think of answering the question from like our kind of position, particularly Shirley, a lot of us here as educators. So I suppose like our kind of, I suppose, you know, probably our most effective method is to kind of, myself and Shirley talk about this quite a lot in terms of like, you know, educating the students in their own agency, you know, in terms of even the disciplines that they are going out to work in. I mean, obviously you have like, you know, on the MA Design for Change, you know, we are training people to become like systems designers and service designers and community engagers, but even under other programs like the undergrads we mentioned, like people going into film or visual communications, they're often even now going out not aware of their own agency and their own kind of responsibility in terms of their own discipline and in terms of design itself. So I think that's a really important aspect that still needs to be addressed, you know. So that idea of like the kind of critical and contextual context and those contexts that design happens in, and what can our young designers of the future do and know about that and the effects that they have, and what can they modify and do in a positive way. So that's an answer.
Thank you. Esteban.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, I think it's a very interesting question. I just wanted to relate your question with a question that was raised to Vera in our intervention. So we have both the question of how to spread the idea of sustainability out of our bubble, right? And we have also the question that was posed by Jan, if we could understand sustainability as something universal. So I think those questions are questions that are very close related. And I think that sustainability could be considered as universal, and the idea of spreading sustainability as an imperative, yeah, it could be considered universal from the point of view as an imperative, but it's not universal in the ways we understand sustainability. I guess sustainability has to be defined in relation to territories. The idea of sustainability depends on our context. There may be called, I mean, if we're called to spread the imperative of sustainability, it's all right, but we must not impose our understandings of sustainability to societies and communities that have different relations to their environment, between themselves. So I think it's very important to have something that maybe we could call a decolonial approach of ecology and sustainability, to try to avoid, through this imperative, to spread the idea of sustainability, to impose conceptions and definitions of sustainability that maybe don't fit in other contexts. Of course, as an imperative, as the question in itself, I think it is imperative, but we have to be aware and we have to be conscious on the way we insist in its spreading.
Yeah,
I can add something. So I would say precisely we have already communities which are living very sustainable, and we can learn from them. So I think it's also that not the designer is the person who knows, but it's us who have to learn and to translate and to support. And this can be one role of design. Another, so credibilization. Another role of design can be making accessible. So how sustainability can be accessible, because often this is related to techniques, is related to a lot of aspects. So what is a low level, high level, accessible sustainability? This is another aspect. Another is to show where the real crime against nature is done. And this is of big industries where we often are collaborating. This is, so if you do the analyze big cities which are not functioning sustainable. So we have also make a culture of denunciation, and the design can help by mapping, by reading, by representing, to understand where the real crime is done, for example. And another role for design can also be to start to question our idea of sustainability, what Esteban said. So that our capacity, and then at the final stage, for me, problem-centered research and action is the key question, because then you have designers next to other experts, and if the problem is in the center, then we are sharing, then we are out of our bubble, because then we surely we will have territorial experts, because they can help us to understand the problematic.
Thank you. Shirley, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, I suppose just to maybe a little bit from what Clyde said, that in our work as educators, I guess in terms of the age group that we work with primarily, and with undergrads before they get to master's level, we find that there is actually, you know, on a positive note, there is a really good awareness of sustainability amongst, I find, you know, amongst kind of the late teenagers. And what's really good, I suppose, in that regard, is that they're bringing the ideas around sustainability into their project work. So say on our visual communication design program, there are a lot of sustainability projects that just seem to be very close to the students' hearts. So I suppose I take a lot of positivity from the fact that the youth are, you know, much more aware than I was at that age. So, you know, there are some good things that are starting off, I think, at earlier education, where children are really a lot more aware than we ever were, I think. So so I'm looking at it in a positive way, I suppose, that, you know, it's getting better from the ground up, I think. So
yeah, I think it's very important to keep in mind this optimistic side of it, because we sometimes tend to focus on the negative, and to be honest, the change is happening so quickly then that we don't sometimes see that, oh, it's a few years ago we wouldn't be speaking maybe about those topics. So yeah, we have to keep this in mind. I was wondering also, because I think that for many designers, no matter the faculty, this time was a time for hopefully for maybe reevaluating their work, and for some people might find themselves a little bit powerless or lost in a way that the future is so unpredictable, and it always was actually, but this situation showed us how unpredictable it is. And I wanted to ask you about how do you, maybe not the general advice to everyone, but how you personally deal with this this uncertainty, and how can we design the future when the future is so uncertain and so changing so quickly? Maybe Dan, you as order.
Oh, sure.
Tough question again, I know.
Okay, well, I mean, I can help Dan out there if that helps, because I have an answer.
Sure.
Okay, Dan, just to give you a break there. We're going to come back to you anyway. Don't worry about it. You won't get away with it. But you know, but it's interesting. I suppose that what's very kind of like real privilege and the opportunity we have as design educators is that we can and what we should be doing is like bringing the world in, you know, to the studio. And the theme this year, it just so happens that, you know, based on, I suppose, the reality of the world, just as the DWB do, we kind of both programs choose a theme to bring in to the studio that the students will work on as their group project. Now, often the DWB would find a client to work with, but what we're doing is we're like choosing themes that we bring in. So like our theme this year is precarity itself. So like our theme is precarity, and from next week we're going to start do some concept mapping. Concept mapping. We will start to look at some system mapping of the actual and developing some operational definitions of like precarity and what does that mean in the modern world. And I think most of us know what it means in different contexts. But I suppose the short answer is, how do we deal with that? Well, we bring it into the studio and we try and use design with our students to address it, you know, like as best we can, you know. And we try and identify the people that we can assist, and we try and identify the people that can assist us in that, you know. And just echo what I thought Vera's answer was great. And she talked about, you know, people have knowledges, there's other knowledges out there, there's other way of knowing. And is to move away from the kind of like design centric, as in the kind of, you know, the designer being centered all the time. In many ways, I think designer future is about like understanding kind of like the relationality of the designer in terms of who the other stakeholders are and where the other agencies are and who can assist and help like actually address a problem in a kind of a meaningful way, as opposed to kind of a superficial problem or kind of a solution focused way, which is like, you know, we have a timeline here, we have a solution at the end of this. It's to move away from those modes of kind of making and designing and thinking towards a more I suppose like a systems oriented way of designing. So yeah, that would be my answer. So this year we are looking into precarity. We're going to like address all the issues, or we're going to start, obviously, we choose one or two, but that would be our approach and the MA Design for Change. Thanks.
If okay, I can continue.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was.
Thank you, Clyde. Yeah, more time from my side because I've tried to empathize more with the designing side. I'm not coming from that side, and I don't want to give an answer which is I don't know, very theoretical. And we are living in a period of time which is stressful for a lot of us. And in this period of time when everything is changing and you don't have so many reference points like you had before, the communication is essential. Transparency, participation, communication especially is important. You don't communicate well. Sometimes you fail communicating the wrong thing, but it's a great opportunity, and I'm speaking now from the entrepreneurial mindset, which is seeing an opportunity in each challenge. And let's face it, we are living in a world in which there is one single constant, and this is change. And if we see that this is a single constant, then maybe we are looking to entrepreneurs which are looking a little bit different to challenges, to these problems. We are looking to them as opportunities. And I think if you communicate, if you change a little bit the perspective with the help of the teacher, and the help of this kind of discussion, that a problem can be an opportunity for you to develop or to experiment something nobody else before in design have done it. Then it could be a challenge and, I don't know, a spring of energy, which could change the way the designers and the students which are working in this field are seeing this period of time, which is not just with bad things, but is also with good things. For example, digitalization. I tell you, in education and public administration in Romania, we have done not even a half of what we have achieved in the last 8 months. So, different perspective, different plans.
Would anyone would like to add something? Shirley, Esteban?
Yeah, maybe I just wanted to add something. Like my answer to that question would be related to what we just were saying like a moment ago, about the question of if economic powers, if political powers are taking advantage of the crisis, as Naomi Klein says in this shock doctrine, we will need to see how we can also take advantage of the crisis to find new ways of creation that can become forms of resistance. And that's, I think, what we've been trying to do in City City, through finding new ways to, for example, regain control of public space. Like after the pandemics, we've lost control, or we've lost the opportunity and the possibility of occupying public spaces, like physically with our bodies. So I guess these pandemics and this situation has pushed us also in that way of finding new ways of regaining control of public space. If it's not through our bodies, we can find also different kind of tools that we're rediscovering, like technological tools that existed already, but now we are kind of rediscovering them. To find new ways to communicate and exchange. For example, 2 weeks ago, or the last week, we organized precisely the Night of Design in Lille, and it was an exchange with designers, artists, and creators from all over the world in 24 hours of conversations, like to try to get together and try to precisely take advantage of these new situations, to find new ways to communicate, exchange, new tools to create, and to create relating to others that can be physically with us. And through this kind of alternatives, try to regain the control that has been in some sort of forbidden or banned us from public spaces.
Yes. Shirley, would you like to add something?
No, I think just, I suppose, a small thing in terms of, I suppose, getting our students to, I suppose, speculate more, in terms of what can be the futures, and to sort of, I suppose, from our point of view, just really bringing that, I suppose, more into education in terms of from an earlier stage, even, because we're I suppose we have been doing it a good bit on BMA, but just giving them the power, and suppose enabling them with the tools to speculate, and kind of, so hopefully that will, I suppose, affect change. So that would be.
Yeah, from what you all say, my output is that we should not continue this design center, as Clyde said, approach, but more maybe cooperative and science-based and research-based, basically, solutions and
people-based. Sorry, and people-based solutions. So I'm just coming back to this. I think it's the most important, and reappropriate the future. In this moment, there are others who are designing it, so we have to reappropriate it.
Exactly, and look at the changes that are so visible, right? Because, oh, hello, Vera.
I'm in the train.
So we can leave house.
That's a real body, yeah? Real body.
Right. Thank you for joining back. I was saying that, and as you all before said, to use the basic designers' skills to observe the situation that we are in, and take and work out the solution. I'm afraid that that's all that we have time for today. I would like to talk to you some more, but we are out of time. So thank you so much. Thank you to our panelists and for the lectures that you gave. This is the end of our conference, of our channel, but not the end of the conference, because we will have the closing part on the channel 1. So I would invite you now to join us on channel 1. There will be a link in the chat. So please join us for the ending of the conference. And thank you again to our speakers and panelists. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Olga. Thanks, everyone. Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, take care.
Bye-bye.